So I told you to get more functional and consultant in the group. Also to make people know that there are already a lot of tools that people that are not technical can use. For example, how to translate for the OCA. There is also, already the Weblate and things like that. How you can test easily modules. There is the Runboat. And so we want also to make all this known. We wanted also to have a space to share practices or ask the others, oh, I have a customer in this domain, how do you do that, how do you do that, which is something we don't really do, but we could do. And also we want to put more effort to improve the documentation, and maybe later, so those are all the objectives, we haven't met them yet, to bring the voice of the customers to the OCA, because we are the people talking to the customers, and the developers sometimes don't, and they produce some code, but not really, the user interface might not be good, other stuff. So have really a more customer point of view inside the OCA. But I do it. Yes. That's it. Yeah. Okay, so those are the people who have been working this year. So I told you, Julie and Florencia. We also have Lara in the back from TERP. Francesco from Italy, who couldn't be there. Guillaume from Axon team, and myself. And we also have other people who are not always there, but who support also the activities. So Manuel, who's just there. And also people from Cam to Cam, so Jan and Charlene, and Elodie from Acquisition. So we have people from a lot of different companies, but of course we are all really busy, and it's sometimes hard to give priority to the OCA meetings and stuff, so no one. So what we did this year, besides talking and discussing and having ideas, we also did real things. So we created a new page on the website focused on people who are not technical, to get to know how you can enter the OCA world. It's just a first step, we can improve it, but at least we think it's a way to welcome people in the community. We also have worked on the documentation. It's a hard topic, so stay afterwards to get the last info about that. And we also, last year, so yeah, the year before, one of the working group focused on building a set of must-have modules in the OCA, depending on on certain topic, like basic, the one you should always install, but also on the topic of sales and purchases. And this is all in the Excel sheet, hidden somewhere in our Google Drive, and we also are working to put it on the OCA website and to share it with the people. And also, of course, events. It's what I said before. We have a full track dedicated to consultants this year again. And those are the topic of the days. I continue? Yes. Okay, so we are here on the top left. Welcome to the working group. Then just after this presentation, you will have a focus on a brainstorm about a tool that will help non-technical people to write modules documentation, because now we need to go into GitHub. It's really hard when you are not used to it. So we have ideas to get it more easy for the people. So we will present the status of the brainstorming. After that, we will have a full explanation from Julie and Flor about how do I contribute right now. So if you want to go the GitHub way, it is possible. You will see it's a long process, but you can already do it right now. And then it will be followed by tips and tricks, how to write a good documentation by Lara and Julie. And this afternoon, it's more organized around workshop, so let's try to dig in. And we will have two parallel workshops. One about the following of the talk of this morning about what tool we need, and we will have someone, a technical person who has ideas to help us define what we could have as a prototype. That's one part with Florencia and Jairo, who is the technical guy. And the second workshop in parallel will be about let's write some good documentation right now because we know how to do it and we have the guidelines how to write a good documentation. So let's just do it. So we have a list of several modules that we want to improve. So we want to make sure also you get to make it yourself on your own so that when you come back to home, you can just continue without our help.
There's one talk that's missing here. It's at 12. It will be with Manuel, where we will explain to you the guidelines for good documentation, how it works in OCA, how to structure your README, your documentation. So it was missing, so I wanted to point that you will have a talk about that.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is good? Yeah. Oh, thank you. And this was also a small call to action. If you want to contribute to the OCA, if you are not a technical, you don't have a technical background, you can do a lot of things actually to help. You can lobby for the OCA inside your enterprise, your company, and make the OCA known by your colleagues, your customers, and things like that. You can also ask for your boss to accept that you pay, that you work for the OCA while you are working for him or for her. Also, you could sponsor the OCA, become a member, and participate in the working group. So if you want to join the working group, for example, this one, you can come to us and discuss that. And you can also participate in the OCA governance, so you can become a delegate, a board member. We need more different profiles in the board, so please join. We will have a talk about the General Assembly stuff later this day. You can also become a financial auditor. We don't say it enough, but if you know accounting, you could help to review the accounting of the OCA once a year. It is something we need also for the good governance of the association. And also, you can help to organize the OCA days next year. We won't make it a weekly event. Yeah, and so if you want to go more into detail, as a consultant, you can also always search for OCA modules first. It's like, my customer wants something, let's check, the OCA must have something for me. You can help translate with the WebBlades tool. If you don't know how to do it, we had a talk last year during the OCA days, so you can check on the YouTube channel a whole talk explaining the steps to go to WebBlade and translate. You can help improve the documentation, so stay here. You can also test the modules and report the issues to the developers and hope for an answer. And also do reviews, because we don't only need technical reviews when a new feature is coming to the OCA. We also need a functional point of view. So go there and you can make some reviews and help improve the feature. That's it, and that's all. I think we are good on the time.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have questions? So we have this pad.
Oh, we can.
We can also take questions.
There is no question.
Okay, on the pad. Okay. Do you have any comments, questions?
From the point of view of the developers.
We have a microphone for you.
For the YouTube recording.
From the point of view of the developer, how does that fit in with contributing to documentation?
Say again?
From the point of view of a developer, how do you also contribute to documentation?
Oh yeah, but first you have to be conscious that you can write documentation as a developer, I would say. And that's true that we are focusing in this room about how to document things for non-technical people, but you should stay and follow the guidelines, because it's also true that you can do it. Yeah.
And you don't need any help to do it in GitHub, so that's a plus.
Yeah, that's true.
So the question is, are there any further plans to implement some sort of the constraints for the documentation quality checks like we have right now for the code? I don't say let's do it right now, but in a couple of years we have some tests, yes, which are checking the code. Probably we need something that will check the documentation quality. Any ideas about that?
Can you speak louder?
Yes, I can.
I hear, but some words only.
Maybe I can help with the answer. I think that maybe for the people, because he was asking if we were thinking about implementing something to test if the documentation is okay. But I think that the first step is to have documentation, and later on we can work into evaluate if the documentation is okay or not. But right now, most of the READMEs has only one very brief description, and we need to work to have more information. And if you have also more people working on the documentation, maybe you can check something that someone has written and you can improve it, of course.
Yeah, we do that.
So yes, we talked about it because the quality of the documentation is also important, but it was like Flor said, we need to have documentation to talk about the quality. So first step, having the documentation, and then yes, it will be a topic to address.
I'm talking about the future. Not saying,
Yeah.
okay, in a couple of hours, let's do it.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm quite new to the Odoo community. Like we are using it for around about a year now. So documentation is important for us because we just need to know what we are using. And so I'm more like talking from a user's perspective. And I have to say, yeah, the documentation of the OCA modules, it is there, but it is usually bad. So what I think what would really help is to have a set of standard questions that have to be answered for any module documentation, because yeah, there is some structuring in that, but the most important things are not really answered, like what is this thing good for, how do I use it, why should I use it, and just such very simple questions.
Yes, and those topics were very important for us. That's why we have those talks today about the guidelines, the requirements, but also tips and tricks to what should be put into the documentation. And those questions are indeed really important, so we will talk about it later. Good point. Any more questions?
Hello. It's not really a question, but as I'm PSC of the logistic repository, I contribute a lot in coordinating everything that is coming from all the community. And I think we need to tackle this topic from the two sides. So you see that as something already existing, and you try to document, but I think we need also to improve when people are contributing, that the functional people also the intention of what they try to provide to the community, what they try to achieve with new contribution. And because I see a lot of PRs coming in where it's always a guessing of what was in the mind of the person that asked the developer to do this PR. And then this PR, we try to understand it, and it's coming in the repository, and then we try to do the documentation of it. But we need to tackle that from the beginning. We need to explain what we are missing in the community, what we are missing in the OCA, and what we would like to improve. And I think we have the channel for that. We can also create some issues. What we are completely lacking is that very few people create issue explaining what they miss. I think it's a good place also for functional people to just open issue and explain what are their challenge with what they found out so far and why they cannot answer some new requirement they are facing today. And with that we can also better communicate, because the PR are mainly coming from developers. and we developers doesn't always know what is the context behind, and it's always a challenge to try to understand how this is fitting inside what is already there or not. So just wanted to...
Yes, and that's a good point. That's why last year, if you remember, we added a new fragment into the structure of the READMEs, which is the context one, because sometimes we don't have the context. As you said, we don't know why the module was developed in the first steps of yeah. So the context is really important to understand the why of the module, and then yes, it could help too. No more.
No, I agree.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
Because Odoo 18 is soon coming out, and at the OCA we're working on adding Odoo 18 support, would it make sense, this is a stupid suggestion, to mandate more documentation for all OCA Odoo 18 modules?
What do you mean by mandate?
So at the moment, if you want to have a module in the OCA, you have to have, I think, a description file and an authors file. And those are the only, no, not even authors, just description. Yeah. And it's usually, it's just one line and it's not very good. Does it make sense to mandate more files? Then developers will have to think a little more.
We talked about it, and we wanted to put like the context mandatory and the usage also. But you know, we didn't know if the community was open to it, because you know, sometimes the developers they're just like, okay, but do I really need to complete all those files? So we didn't want to arrive with our like big boots and say, okay, now it's mandatory. So we start soft. But yes, it's a discussion we can have in the community and decide if everybody agrees, it could be really a good idea to improve the documentation.
Okay, I will start that discussion in the relevant pull request.
Yeah, but what also I think is missing is example of good documentation. And before asking people to do things, mandatory things, I think they need some inspiration first. So that's also a part of the answer. There is another question there.
Yeah, just picking up on the last thing that you two discussed, I think it is reasonable to make some kind of documentation mandatory, like you would have a reasonable quality of code mandatory, because otherwise people wouldn't want to use it, and if they don't know how or why they should use it, why have it in the repository at all?
Okay, one last question.
I'll say it loud. So probably we can also think about some sort of a rating for, as let's say, a rating of goodness of the documentation. So we can rate modules by, okay, this is awesome documentation. This is also very good documentation, and this is not very sufficient documentation. And I'm not braving, don't mind it, but I think that we must show people examples. So the first question, okay, we say you must do good documentation, and the first question, okay, show me an example, and go in the repo. He says, oh, there is a description, it's a nice model, please use it. Well, that's a good example. I highly doubt, yeah. So, yeah, it's a sort of cozy. Then we need to provide, and this will also help to promote those modules. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. So let's make a rating of the well-documented modules, and I think it's a sort of a gamification. Yes, people like it. So, okay, I would like to push my model higher and higher, and not just with likes and their posts. I would like to make the documentation higher.
Well, we already have some kind of rating of the modules, but I don't know if it's the same goal, but with the maturity level, something like that the community doesn't really use. So I'm just afraid that bringing more rating and things like that will, I don't know. It depends, I think, the way you do it and you promote it and you make it sexy and gaming and stuff. But yeah, okay, those are good ideas for the future.
Can I have the microphone to answer?
Yes.
Yeah,
but come here, take the microphone.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this talk afterwards about the structure, and I wanted to find some examples of what a really, really good, awesome documentation, as he said, was, and I couldn't find any. So it was like amazingly difficult, and I couldn't have one example, and I looked for a lot. So I'm basically going to explain where I should, what I think maybe we should have added to this, because this is almost great, but not quite. So I think the first step is to have a lot of examples, so that, as she said, have a really nice or inspiration, yeah, for everyone to start understanding and copy examples.
Yeah. So it's all the time we have, but you know, this topic, I know you are very, very like motivated by this topic, so stay, because we continue to talk about it. Thank you.
No sé qué hora es. Okay, so, well, hello again. She's Julie, you already know her. My name is Florencia Frigieri, I work at Odoo. And the idea of this presentation is to talk about ideas for a tool to make for the functional people easier the possibility to contribute to this documentation that we were discussing a lot. So first of all, why do we need documentation is quite what we were talking before, but what we want to help more people around the world to improve their processes, their client processes, and make everything easier. We want them to have a software that helps them in their daily job. So to do that, we need to show the value of our modules. We create modules to help them. And to show the value of those modules, that's why we need to communicate them which problems every module can solve, right? So that is the final goal. So in order to do that, we have the documentation in the modules, in the README files. But what we have now, what we were talking about, we have like 3 lines or 2 lines with a description, which is okay. Sometimes we have some steps in the usage or in the configuration path. But if I am a person that is having a problem with their processes, this is my problem and this is my current context and this is the scenario that I have. So when I check on the readmes. I know what the module does, but I cannot know if what the module does solves my main problem. Yes, so that's why we are working to improve the documentation. But in order to do that, we need more muscle. Yes, I mean, the OCA is composed by the techie people that we already know, the developers, that they are doing a great job creating all those code, all those line of code with changing all the behavior of the software in order to solve a problem. But we also have a lot of functional people that want to solve problems, and that is a lot of untapped potential that we need to use in order to improve this documentation. I mean, they can collaborate in order to help other people. The thing is that to involve functionals, we need to explain them how to improve the readmes. And we found out that it's really difficult for us if you are not in the development path to collaborate. So during this year, we were evaluating alternatives to try to bring all those muscles to work with us and to improve the documentation and to show the world the value of the OCA contribution. So at the end, we found three different alternatives that we are going to explain in these minutes to show you, I mean, what we were working about. We will see some of the discussions that we are having, and then later on at the end, we are going to tell you about the workshops that we are going to have in order to try to explore more these alternatives. So the first alternative is the common way, the one that is already available, which is to create a PR within GitHub in order to change the README file and then let everyone know what the module does. Yes? I mean, this is okay, it is working, but for a functional, you have to have a GitHub account, you know, to understand all the structure about repositories, modules, branch, yeah, and you have to, we will see in the next talk, some skills about you need to start to talk about forks, about the static folder, PRs, etc., etc., etc. The second option is really easy. It consists in to have a wiki within GitHub. In GitHub, you can, I don't know if probably most of you know already, you have a wiki, which is one wiki per repository, and you can have like a doc and you can put like titles and subtitles, and it's a document that everyone can enter and do the changes and everything. It's like you would have everything compiled. I mean, you have one wiki per repo, so all the module documentation will be in the same place. It's easy to edit, but it's not that, I mean, for the quality part, it's kind of complex because everyone can enter and change everything.
And you have the information, so the README, it's at two places, in the README and in the wiki. That was one downside that we didn't like, to have the documentation in two different places.
Exactly. And then we came up with a third option that is quite complex.
No.
Because we asked to the community if everyone can think about a solution to make functionals life easier to change README, because we have the first option with the PR and within GitHub and everything, but for people that is not developer, I can assure you that it's really hard. So we asked the community if everyone can came up with a solution, and Jairo, which is going to be in a workshop in the afternoon, came up with this idea about using a CMS and an SSG in order to help functionals to change the documentation in GitHub. And then we also have a cool website in order to check all the modules that you have, check what the modules can be used for, and also maybe in a way we were even talking about replace the shop Do you know in the website, the OCA/shop, when you can check all the modules? Probably most of the people is not using it because, well, maybe you like it, but it's easier to find modules.
It's really nice.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's nice, but to find things, maybe it's easier using the, no, okay, sorry. I thought that maybe you did it and I was hurting your feelings.
He's joking.
Okay, but the thing is that probably it's easier to understand the repo logic within GitHub and looking for modules there. So the idea, what Jairo was proposing, is that here we are the functionals, so we are like minions trying to change the documentation. So maybe we can go with the current way, and devs can still use that way. They can make the PR to improve the documentation only, not only the behaviors. And they can make the PR, and then they will change GitHub. But there is another tool that could be easier for functionals, in which we can use a CMS. In this case, Jairo was proposing decap. Maybe some of you are developers. Jairo is here.
We're talking about you.
You are just on time. So he proposed decap in particular. So it's an interface that could be really more easier for us. It's like you go to like a website and you change the documentation there. And through automations, we can make a connection. And the decap can make a PR. The PR goes to GitHub. Everything gets all together within GitHub. And then using the CI process, we can create a cool website for everyone to use and to know the models, the modules we have, to use it, and to collaborate even more to solve everyone in the world problems, right? So as a summary, of course, we try to put all the alternatives together and to evaluate pros and cons for every alternative. And as you can see here, these are the different aspects, thank you, that we evaluated. So first of all, the implementation. I mean, creating a PR in GitHub is already available. It's there, all the devs can use it, the functionals. You can use it, because you will see that Julie is going to teach me in the next talk, and I am going to be able to do it. But if yeah, but if you are not related, you do not have a Julie in your life, it's really hard. Then the wiki in GitHub is already available. You need to activate it per repository, so that aspect will be okay. And the CMS and the SSG, the static site, you need a developer, right?
Yeah.
So
it's not already in place.
Exactly. Regarding to cost, we know that the others does not have any cost, but to the new alternative, you need a developer to put in place and to configure everything, the flows within the CMS and GitHub, and also put in place the website. Regarding maintenance, the thing about the PR within GitHub is that right now we depend on maintainers, right? So maybe you can put a PR to change a README, but you need a maintainer, or someone was talking about that before. You need a maintainer to review it and to merge it. And well, GitHub, the wiki, you don't have anything. It's risky, but you do the changes and everyone can see them. And the CMS, well, apparently, according to Jairo, it's easier to maintain. And I believe I trust him a lot. He's a really good dev, but well, we haven't put that in place to know at the end what we need. Well, then the information risk, both the PR within GitHub or also the new option with the CMS are really are good at that, because as I mentioned before, the last alternative is using at the end the PRs and all the logic within GitHub and all the, the CLA and everything. But for the wiki, everyone can enter to change. And if you were working with two screens and then you delete something another screen. At the end, you ended deleting the wiki information in the OCA repository, so that can be risky. Well, regarding usability, the PR within GitHub is not that easy. That's why we are keep having all these conversations. The wiki is really easy. Everyone can maintain it. But you need to have a GitHub account, and you have to understand the repository logic. That's not minor. And the CMS seems easier. So that's why we want to explore the idea. And also regarding usability, not only for the people that want to collaborate, but also once you have everything in place for the people that want to find a module or want to solve a problem. Well, as you know, the searching, you can do some search in GitHub. Personally, for me, it's really hard, but you can do it. The wiki, you can do it, but you also have to know about repositories, as I mentioned before. And for the SSG and the CMS, we believe that this option, because at the end of the day, you get a really nice website, maybe you can work that in not only the order of the documentation, but also with the translations, because some sites can help with the translation for everyone and the search and everything. So maybe at the end of the day, we do not have an easy way to change the documentation, but also a really powerful tool to look for documentation, to search, and to let everyone use all the OCA module and perceive the value that we are adding in the community.
So promote OCA modules.
Exactly.
It could be really easy.
So what we have this afternoon? First, at 3 p.m., we will having 2 workshops that are going to be at the same time. You will have one with Julie, which will help you to write new documentations with the old way, I mean with the PRs and everything. So if you want to collaborate, this is the time. Maybe if we are a lot of people. I mean, in 2 hours, we can improve a lot of the documentation on the OCA. So please join her at 3 p.m. And then we will have another workshop with Jairo to make an MVP about this third alternative in order to see what we can get, and then evaluate if we, within the OCA, we want to still end the development of this new tool to help functionals to collaborate, and also to help the people to know about the OCA modules. So that would be all. I think that maybe, I don't know if anyone has any questions. Yes, you like the website, the current shop, sorry.
No, it's for the streaming.
Oh, it's for the streaming. Yeah.
So are you planning to do this on every repository, or are you going to centralize it? Because I see a big issue with that, because we move modules, we move repositories, and
Yes.
it's going to be hard to keep in sync the modules and their documentations. And
Yes.
another thing is, if you consider that if you write the documentation for the module outside, then you don't have it in the module itself, so in the README, what are you planning to do to keep the link?
Great. Well, for the second question regarding, I mean, you mean the third alternative about the CMS and an SSG. So that will be everything in the GitHub, like the old way, I mean, because the CMS will connect to GitHub, we'll make a PR, and we plan to use open authoring in order to change the README file within the module. So that would not be a problem. The first thing that you mentioned about repositories and mainly branch is like what we need to see how we are going to do it is the main, ¿cómo se dice? Difficulty, no, but
yeah.
the main thing that we need to evaluate how to do it.
Okay, thank you.
And you know, when we talk about this idea of using a CMS and a SSG, you know, the SSG is static site generator. It's the cool website. Yeah, it was the idea that, okay, do we have one website that shows the modules per repository? Or do we have one place where all the modules are displayed? So this is part of the reflection we need to have this afternoon. So if some developers can come and give their ideas, they are really welcome. Can we pass the microphone? Okay, you have it.
Yes, after the big ban of the OCA App Store, I need to ask this question actually, yeah. Because why do we need another website? Because we have an App Store, yes, the OCA App Store, and basically I would say it's, for me, it's underestimated. So we already have a tool which can generate the documentation, which can really be used for the same goal. And from what I see right now, and we already talked about that with Simone before, why not to improve the App Store? Because people are coming there, you know?
No.
Very important that it's already indexed, it's there, and for non-technical people, and especially for people who are even not developers, even near, they Google for some modules, yes, and they see the App Store, and they see Odoo App Store, and then they also see OCA App Store, yes? So if you have an App Store, why not to use it?
Great. No, it's a great question. I totally agree. I mean, the main idea of all this was not to change that shop, was to make a tool easier for functionals to change the documentation. But then, at the end, we evaluate that the idea came up, okay, but this new site maybe can be used for that. And maybe we can compare tools. For example, I was talking about translations, maybe the search and everything. Maybe one way could be improve the current page, but the main problem was not to change that shop. That was another thing that came up at the end, was to make a way easier for functionals to change the documentation.
Just a follow-up. So for me as a user, not even a functional, if I go and find some order, it's nice, documentation is nice. The next section, I want to download. So it would be great to have a button that when I click,
Sure.
I can download.
Well, we need to think about the customer journey within the website totally. But just for you to know, it was not the main problem. The main problem is how to make collaborate within the OCA, but that's a great point.
Yeah, so as you had been speaking, I had been asking myself more and more one question that seems to be quite simple in the first mind. What Odoo is strong at is identifying everything that is in there. So every UI element is clearly identifiable, and that's even automated. So why don't we have a tool like a module itself that helps us document modules? Like that's scanning what a module is providing, and yeah, pretty much presets some kind of a blanket that you just have to fill in the gaps, what this button is used for actually, and why should I use it, and then on the other hand, you get out maybe a kind of standardized documentation where you can at a glance see what this module actually does.
I don't know if I got it from you. Okay, the idea, I mean, maybe you say that automate, like using AI in order to complete, no. Yeah, sure.
We already have it. We already have a template for the documentation. The README is structured in a way that you have a different file you have to just complete. And we will be presenting in the next talk this structure and what information goes where. So maybe it will answer some of your questions, or it will meet your idea.
Maybe a comment about the comparison. I really like the wiki option because of the simplicity and the it would be really easy for functionals to contribute there, but maybe there is a missing a missing point about the resistance of the, I don't know, the community about doing such a volatile way to document. I don't know if you have already talked to the board or to the technicals, and what's their opinion about it?
Well, when we approached, this idea was one of the first ideas we had last year. And when we talked about it, the main problem was, okay, so now you want to have documentation, modules documentation in two places. So in the wiki and in the README. And that was the main downside of it. So that's why we didn't go for this option. And also, like Flor said, it's not, you know, anybody can write anything and delete anything. So it was like, we were not sure about that.
But is it still an option or it's discarded because of those?
It's not, no, we rejected this idea last year and we re-evaluated this year because we wanted to be sure that this was not a possibility. Yeah.
It is an alternative, then we can say no, but the alternative is 6.
Any more questions, comments?
I just wanted to comment on the idea of improving the App Store. I think this idea is a still valid one, of course. There are technical difficulties with that, is that currently it's based on synchronization between Odoo and GitHub, or basically Odoo has a bunch of crons that are pulling data from GitHub to generate the App Store. And the other thing is that the quality of the search is really poor, performance is catastrophic, and so on. So I think it's of course still open as an option, and it's not incompatible with the third option. I mean, the cool website could be that, of course. My intuition is that it would be easier maybe to scrap the App Store and generate a static site in CI from GitHub. Whenever you merge something, the CI triggers and pushes the README basically to a static site. That would be easier to index and simply maintain that the current architecture of the App Store. But yeah, both options are valid, of course. And honestly, I don't know which one would require more work.
Thank you, Stefan.
Just a couple of comments. I'm absolutely on your side, and I totally agree. So I'm not talking from the technical point of view, although I'm a little bit technical, yes. So what we need to do, I say the future of the OCA is more, let's say, human-friendly OCA, let's say it so, yes. So I really love this idea of the static site, and for me there is no difference. I'm a user, sorry, I just Googling, yes. If I have a button download there, I'm happy with that. I don't care if it's an app store or a static site, I don't care. I just want to do all the things really simple. I will say we are entering the era of the alternative app stores. Right now, you know, we have an era of the alternative clouds. Now we are coming to the era of the alternative app stores. They start appearing already, yes? But the problem is that they are not so trusted. What OCA has, it has quality, yes? It has trust. And we need to use our advantage to promote ourselves, yes? So basically, if you have a static website, if it's indexed, and if I have a download button, or if I have, let's go further, if I have a module which I can install in my Odoo and then install all the OCA modules automatically, so I'm typing there, I'm getting the OCA module, that would be perfect. That's my opinion, okay? Regarding AI, there is a project. I probably, Virginie, you remember during the talk, yes, I shared a link. So some guy, sorry, I forgot his name. A couple of years ago, what did he do? He created a plugin for OpenAI. And then you type, okay, I need a module which, I don't know, reverts pickings. And then it searches the OCA add-ons, and it really does the job. It's really cool. but he just abandoned that project. It was just a POC. So why not to, reuse it? It's really cool. So it allows you to give a simple question and get a simple response. So it shows quite relevant searches, but of course 2 years ago, yes, they are not relevant any longer. That's my ideas, that is.
Okay, one last question.
Yes, maybe another area of discussion regarding the automation of documentation, and maybe joining the question just before. I was wondering if there is any areas of improvement, like helping to generate documentations of modules directly from the code. For instance, when you read the official Odoo documentation, I think it is some part of it actually in the code of Odoo. Like when you write some methods, some functions in Python, you can, I think it's called code string, you can describes what the methods do, and it's directly extracted, I think, from the code, and it generates some documentation on the official Odoo documentation. So maybe another different topic than where to start the documentation, but it could also help joining the technical guys with the functional guys and help writing documentations. But maybe there is some ideas of tooling here. I don't know if it's difficult or no, I don't know. But like yes, when you're writing code, you say what the code does, and it generates documentation, and it's great. I think it could also be great. But yeah, just an idea.
Well, you can use this one.
No, just because
Okay.
to give the picture to sorry, no, just a sec. For people that maybe are new and maybe don't know the size of the OCA, I mean, we have more than 200 repositories, more than 5,000 modules across all the versions. And so the issue is not about, let's get automated documentation out of it. It's write the documentation, and that's why they want to solve this, make it simple. You can learn Markdown and RST, maybe? Besides that, it's really hard to keep everything up to date. I mean, we can start writing documentation right now. All of us, we're going to write tons of documentation. In 1 month, it's going to be outdated if we don't keep it updated. So that's, I mean, we have two problems. Functional people, technically we can do a lot of things, website, not website, tools, AI. For that, we need the workforce. So it's also a lack of people that could implement that. So all the suggestions are good, but then we need to make it happen. And so from my point of view, personal point of view, I think we have to choose what gives us the best result, and well, not the best result, the most effective result. So attracting more people, making it easier for functional, stuff like that, in the easy way, without adding tons of tools that then we will have to maintain and to keep update, okay? So we have to find the right balance between all the things. Thanks.
Yes, and to add to that, at the end, is that maybe you can add information about this line of code, what it's doing, but we kind of have that information in the usage. You have some steps. The idea from the functional perspective is also to add, okay, you are having this problem in the shop floor. I'm missing components and this point of use because and that is the context that we expect that the functionals add also within the documentation. Not only what the module does, like steps within Odoo. That is the main contribution, I think, that we as a functionals can give to the community. And you cannot get that. Maybe you can put all the module within ChatGPT, and you get some information that you can put in the README, but that use case, and at least for now, ChatGPT cannot give. So that would be all.
Yes.
For now. Now sorry, but you have to continue seeing these two faces because we are moving to the next talk. So give us 1 second to put everything together, and we.
This is the step-by-step GitHub?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. So the next one is going to be 60 minutes because it's going to be a demo of how you can contribute. So we want to teach you how to do it in GitHub. So you can come to the workshop in the afternoon and do it with us.
And just to add, there are some tips that she's going to say that maybe you are a dev, but you do not know about documentation.
Are we ready? Virginie, t'es prête?
Sorry?
Okay.
Ah, algunos se fueron al baño.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, but we have to start. We will start slowly, so we let people go to the bathroom. Hello, my name is Julie. I'm with Flore. And this talk is a demonstration of how you can contribute right now in GitHub if you want to contribute to READMEs, to the modules documentation. Because we know, we talked in the last talk about all the options we have, but right now we can contribute, and we need to be able to do it. So you will find on the website, I don't know if you have it here. Do you have the
steps?
Yeah. You have on the website, on the how-to guides, on the OCA website, we added a new section, modules documentation, where you can find all the steps to contribute to modules documentation in GitHub. So what we are showing you today, it's written in a good documentation on the website. So you can come back to it if you don't remember some steps, or if you're alone at home and you want to write a documentation. So you will keep it in mind. You have to go on to...
We can do it right now.
Yeah. So I have my student here today, Flor, is going to learn how to do it. So I will guide her as I will guide you in the afternoon.
So I'm new. I know that there is an Odoo Community Association, and I entered into the website, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to find this. And now?
Now you go to the resource menu.
Okay.
How to guides.
Okay. So there's a lot here. I didn't know about the existence of this.
Yeah, this page was made like mainly for the developers, but now we added a new icon in modules documentation.
Great. So I click here.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you have 3 sections: the README structure and the README guidelines, which will be addressed in the next talk. And you have the how to contribute in GitHub, which is the theme of this talk. So if you go into this documentation, you will have step-by-step explanation of how to do it. We didn't put into the steps the step that you need to file the OCA. How do we say it? You know, when you sign the paper that says that your contribution. Yeah, the CLA. Yeah, we didn't put it in the documentation that you need to sign the CLA, but it's obvious for the OCA. So.
Okay.
CLA, it's a document where you sign, and can you explain?
No, I don't know. It's like something that you are saying that you agree with all the terms and conditions within the OCA to put code, for example, or changing things. I don't know.
We were not like,
sure.
It was not sure because it's really new to have functional contributions, but we said, okay, but if the developers, they signed it, why not us? Sorry for you. You can go to the bathroom.
The thing, maybe we can ask Stefan. He is going, maybe when we see him, he is going to tell us, but I don't think so because I put like 2 PRs and I never signed them. Okay. But I'm not sure. I don't want to. But well, we'll see.
Yeah.
So to go with this, I mean, I know that I have this guy, but I have you here.
Yes.
And I did my homework and I follow all the guidelines that Manuel later on is going to tell about how do I have to write a README. So in a doc, that is the more usual way, I put all the parts and what I want to write within the OCA module, but I don't know how to put that in GitHub. So maybe you can help me, right?
Yes. So she already has the documentation written, you know, in a Google Doc, but she has to put it in GitHub, so she has to contribute to the README. So the first step you need to, for sure, you need to have an account on GitHub. So you will need to go in GitHub and connect to your account.
Exactly, I already did.
Okay, good. So we are here. Let's find the module you want to contribute to.
Okay, so I know that the module is within this repo, the bank statement import. I chose this module because I use it a lot. Maybe the main idea at the beginning is to do the documentation for modules that everyone uses, but wait, this is what I know. So I am entering to the repo right now, and I know that the module is here, and let's do it in the 17 version, right? Because maybe it's better now if we are going to collaborate, try to use the modules in this version. Well, next week we will have 18, but in the latest version, I mean, try to not to upgrade documentation of modules in version 10, right?
Yes, yeah, the main idea for the contribution, we want to contribute on 16 or 17, but last year we talked about changing the template of the README, the files, into Markdown files, and this change has been put in place for the version 17. So if you want to do it easier, you go with the version 17 because all the README files will be in Markdown.
Great, so, yeah.
The description will be replicated in the next version automatically? Or? Yes, when they migrate a module, the README follows. Yes.
Yes, but if you, for example, make a contribution in version 16 and the module is already there for version 17, I think that you have to put in place a forward port, right? If the module is already in another version.
Can you repeat that?
That if you have, for example, you have the same module in version 16 and 17 already, you can use both. And you change the README only in version 16, then I think that you need a forward port to put the README in version 17 because the module already exists. So the idea is, for example, if you want to have something in version 18, work today in her workshop in order to have the README updated for the next version because we do not have it yet.
Yes, if the module exists in other versions, the README will not be updated in the other versions. But if you migrate the module, then it will follow.
Exactly. So I'm in the repo and have here my module, which is this one. So now what I do? What do I do?
Okay, from here, the easiest way, you can contribute here, but it's really, the problem is, not the problem, but the way OCA works, you cannot edit directly into the branch, the main branch. So you need to have a copy of the repository into your repository, and then you do the changes. So you don't make mistake and change something already in place. So you work on a copy first, and then you will push your changes to the main branch, so to the main OCA repository. So to do that, you will need to fork the repository.
So I'm seeing that here, the button says fork.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to click fork.
Yes.
And now I create a fork.
Yes, and you can see that copy the 16 branch only. This is what we want. Ah, no, you want the 17.
Okay. Yes. So what is forking the 16?
Maybe because it's the main branch. So you can use the arrow. Create a new fork. Oh no, it's creating the 16.
I don't know why.
No,
you can create.
The main branch is 16, and whether you will create the 16 branch only, or you will create like
all the branches. So
branches for a fork.
yeah, you just uncheck this one, and then you create the fork.
Excellent. This is why it's really hard for functionals. You see, I mean.
You know, when I start to talk like fork repositories, and she was looking at me like, what?
I mean, following her guide, I made my first PR that is already merged, but it's hard.
Yeah. So you did the fork?
Yes, and I have all the branches, so I was able to choose the 17.
Okay, maybe you did it a little bit fast. How can you access the branch you just forked? The repository you fork, where do you find it? Can you show us?
Yes, because you already told me. You can go to your user, yes, and I go to this section that is your repositories, I mean my repositories. And here you can see all that I forked before. So, for example, yesterday I was working in this repository, the stock logistic warehouse, but now I have the bank statement import. And if I click, I can see that I have this repo forked from OCA bank statement import repo.
Good. So then you can change the branch because we want to work in the 17 version. So you click on the branch icon, and then you select 17. Okay, from here, we will not be using this interface to do the changes. We will be using the web interface of GitHub, which you can access by tapping on your keyboard the what's point in English? Dot. The dot key on your keyboard, just as you can see on the documentation we put in GitHub.
Yes, so what I'm doing is I'm here and I click the keyboard and magic happens within GitHub.
Maybe your browser has some restrictions about opening like some pop-ups and something, so you have to allow it to do it so it can open like this.
Yeah. Just for you to know, when you click the dot, what you are doing is to change in the URL, you are changing the .com by .dev, and this is what is opening right now. It's like a shortcut, clicking the dot.
Yes. So why do we use this web editor instead of the usual interface? It's easy. It's the only way to add images and to create new files. Maybe I want to write documentation on an existing module, and it doesn't have the file context, and I want to create this file. So I will need to go through this interface to be able to do it.
Exactly.
So now, just a little bit explanation. You have the explorator that you can see all the modules of the repository, and then you can choose the module you want to work on. So Flor just did that with the account statement import sheet file. And then you have all the folders into this module. A module is structured by folders and files. So the folder that we are interested in is the README folder. So you will find the README folder, and then when you open it, you have different files. Like I said, maybe some files are not already available, so we will be able to create some more. So we can have, now for this module, we have configure file, contributors, description, history, and usage. So that's good, because sometimes we only have description and contributors. So that's good. But maybe there's not a lot of information into those files. So I don't know what you want to do, so I will let you continue.
Okay, so what I did in my doc is that I want to change the description. I create a content and context in which I'm going to say in which business case you can use this module and how is the approach that this module is taking to address that business case. Then I have the configuration step in which I add a lot of images in order to help people to use it. And at the end, I have the usage itself. So I want to populate these 4 sections within GitHub.
Okay, let's start with the description, which the file already exists.
Okay.
So you can open the file by clicking on it. It will open on the right side. So you have a tab with the name of the file, and you can see the content. So this is the content of the file right now. She wants to change this content, so she can just copy-paste the information. And this is Markdown format. So you can use, if you already know how to use Markdown, you can just do it. But if you don't know, you can learn, and you have a lot of tools. We put the link into the documentation to show you how you can use it. But it's really, really simple to learn and to remember. So you don't need to go to the documentation every time you need to use Markdown. So, but maybe she wants to put some text in bold or add some formatting.
Or bullets.
Bullets, yeah. So she can do it, but the thing is, how can she see the result? So you can open in this interface a preview tab that will show you in Markdown, like the result in Markdown formatting. So now we can see, how did you do it?
I'm going to close this. So within the tab, I have these buttons, and I click this, the one with the search icon. I don't know the name in English, sorry.
Yeah, me neither, but you understand?
In English.
Yeah.
And I automatically, open this new tab, which is called, sorry, in English, preview, and then the name of the section, the file within the module.
So now you can work on your text, you can do some formatting, and you can see the result right on the preview tab.
Exactly. So now we can continue with the next section, the context. So I'm going to copy what I've already done, and okay, I do not have the context section.
So the context file doesn't exist. So we need to create it. So we go into the Explorator section, and you need to click on the folder README, and then you have a right click. You can do right click, and then it's a new archivo is new file.
Sorry.
So yeah. And when you name the files are in the template that OCA has put in place. The name of the files of the README folder are all in capitals. And then, so the name of the file is context. If you don't know that, you have that information in the documentation. We will talk about it later with the structure and the guidelines. So you will have this information.
Exactly. You can also check it when you enter to the OCA GitHub. You will have pinned here a repository called Maintainer Tools. And here you have the template/module section. And here you have all the template for all the folders, not only the README, but you also have the README one. And you will see all the sections names, and if you enter, you will see what is expected to have in each section. That is what Manuel is going to talk about in the next talk. It is important that I think that you follow this template, because if you do not put the right name to the file, I think then it's not going to compile in the right way in order to show it when you enter to the module that you have all the information below. It's not going to work, okay? So it's important to try to follow this.
Yes. So now we have a context file, which we can work on. Flossie just click on the file, so it opened. As we can see, the tab, the active tab is context.md, markdown. So now you can copy your information. Do you need to, yeah, easy. Do you need to do some formatting or?
Not in this one. In the next one, I need to apply the bullets.
Okay, good. So next step.
So let's go with the configure part. So here I have to put the bullet here, and I also want to put an image. So I go like with, I mean, what is best, to put the image before, or I can put the text and then the image?
When you have images to insert, when you do the copy paste, it won't paste. So, oh, maybe it will not. No, it will not. So it's easier to just take the text, and then you add your image, and then you copy the next text, and then you add the image. I like to do it like this, or you just put all the text, and then you just put all the images like you want.
Okay. So first we can put all the images within GitHub.
Yes, we can do it. Okay, if you have some images, you will need to put those into the right folder, which is the static folder. You can find it just under security folder. So when you open it, that's where all the images are put. So now, if you want to add a file into this folder, you can do it by drag and drop.
Okay. So I have all the images here. These are all the ones that I want to put in the README. I have 5 for the configuration section, and 3 for the usage section.
Okay.
So I can drag and drop.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm holding the click and I drop it here.
Yes. Okay. So now we can see all your images into the static folder.
Great. So I now go back to the configure section. I follow the step that I did before. Okay. So, for example, here I miss the numbers. So I can, okay, so it put all the text in another place when I click the number on the bottom. That is Markdown tips, right?
Yes. When you use a numbered list in Markdown, you just use like the 1 dot, 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, and the formatting will be automatic.
Okay. So, and if I want, I can use bold or the cursive, right?
Yes.
Okay. But not for now. Now I want to add an image.
Okay. That's the tricky part. Okay, so the images are already in the static folder. So you can add those into your file by drag and drop, but you will need to press the Shift key and then drag and drop.
So first I click the image. No.
No.
No. Yeah. Not easy. I click the Shift in the keyboard.
Yes.
Then I click with the mouse, and now, no, what I'm doing wrong? No la arrastro.
Is it Shift or Control? I'm always mixed with this.
Control, okay.
No, it says Shift. I was okay. Yeah.
Pero no lo mueve.
That's why I said it's the tricky one. When you don't have a mouse, it's really tricky to do it.
Mouse?
Yes.
Let's see. No tengo igual, pero I have one there. But yesterday I did it. So tricky.
Yeah.
No, está bien, let's click. Left click, right? Not right one. No. Tengo uno ahí.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It happens with live demo. Okay, let's try again. You need to open the file on the right, the configure file, and then shift, drag and drop. It doesn't work?
No. ¿Será que porque lo pusimos acá en vez de
No.
Oh.
Ah, it's on the description?
No, no está aquí.
Okay.
But maybe we can use, like, there is kind of a code within Markdown in order to put it.
Oh yes, you can write. You can use the format, the Markdown format for an image, and then you can just write the link to the image.
It's like this one.
Yes.
And the URL is estará.
Maybe you can use my documentation to have an example.
Great. And so we're in this part.
Yes. So you can go down. In the second screenshot, you have sales order line menu, which is the alternate text, and then you have the URL you can use.
Here, easy. It's helping me.
Yes, that's good.
And I have the images here.
Yes, you
That's
can
right.
see the image. Woohoo! So that's why I was saying it's a little bit tricky with the drag and drop, but you can you have an alternate way to do it, which is writing it like by yourself.
So now I can move faster. And I
Yes.
can, for example, because I put names that are really similar, I can change here the name, and I have now the second image. Great. So let's do this. Okay, so now I want the bullets.
Okay. So you can use, how do you say it? Ash? Dash. No.
Okay. Oh,
Yes, that's it.
great. Let's see.
I told you Markdown was easy.
The good thing about this is that you can Google everything also, right?
You can what?
Google everything.
Yes, you can Google everything.
Yeah. Great. Name there. Excellent. And now we put the next sorry, this is a really complicated module with a lot of parts. That's why we need the documentation. So now and I also have bullet here. And another image. So let's copy again. Great, now is the image 3. Sorry, I'm going fast because we have already seen this. And 5, both together. Great. So we finished the configuration file. I think it looks okay.
Okay, good.
And now we go with the usage.
Great. So you remember, you go into, you open your file under the README folder. Usage is already there. It has some content which we will be replacing.
Great. So let's do the same steps again.
One or E? Okay, no, it's okay.
And then we add the image. I'm going to copy what we put in configuration. But this one is called great. And we are almost finished. I should have chosen an easier one, right? Sorry. But we have an hour, so. This is 4. This is 5. Almost there. Done.
Good. So are you ready? Everything you wanted to put into the documentation module is there?
For now, yes. Maybe someone can improve it later, or maybe I can add more information, but for now it's okay.
Okay. Maybe you could also, you know, when you add an image, it's a good practice to add an alternate text. She didn't put it because we didn't want to take the time today, but yeah, it will be an improvement to go and put some alternate text for the image, because if it doesn't show for any reason, then the person who's reading the documentation will see the alternate text instead of the image. But we want to do it like a little bit faster for you, so we go to the next step. Okay, when you're ready, if you can see on the left, you have some buttons, and then we can see one with the icon of a branch, which has the number 12. 12 is the number of changes she has done to the files. So if you click on this button, you will arrive into the control. Control de código.
I don't know the name.
I don't know in English too. It's in the documentation. But anyway, you can see all the changes that have been made. It's source control in English. So you have the source control, and then it's where you send all your changes into the OCA process of creating a PR. So this is where the magic happens. Okay, so we have, in the OCA, we have some rules and good practices about commits. A commit is one change that you did, and then you send it. And all the commits together, they formed a PR, a pull request, okay? So when you name your commit and or pull request, we want to use some of the basic structure that has been used in the code world of Odoo. So it's not only OCA, it comes right from Odoo, the good practices about the naming. So here we have an example. So we use between the brackets, EMP for improve, because when we work on README, on documentation, it's just an improvement of the modules. It's not, we don't add new module, it's always an improvement. So you will always use the IMP. So IMP, and then the convention is to put the name of the module, and then take create a sentence like, what did you do? So you improve the README. So you can just create your comment.
Okay, so I go to this part,
Yes.
and I put imp for improvement, the module name, and then something about what I'm doing. Like
Yes.
in the example I saw, for example, improve README.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
Good.
And now I have to click the commit and push.
Yes, but let's check the arrow just on the left, on the right, sorry. And what are your options?
Continue working on.
Okay, no, it's okay. So you can, yes, you can confirm your changes, and then you just close your eyes and you wish it will work. No, it's okay.
So let's go.
Yes, let's go. Okay, so when you can see that the branch icon, the button, doesn't have anymore the 12 numbers, so it means that the changes has been pushed. They are not ready to be pushed. They have been pushed into commits. So here we are finished with this interface. You can come back into the normal interface. You just open another tab. That's what I do. But you can also change the .dev for .com into the URL to change the interface. And then you will see that this branch is one commit ahead, which is our commit. You can open it.
Here?
Yes. If you want to see if it's yours. Oh yeah, it's yours. Okay, good.
And here on green, I can see all the changes that I've done, right?
Yes.
Great.
Woohoo!
We
did it. Okay, if you come back, usually, okay, because you are still in your repository.
Exactly.
Okay, we want to go to see the changes into the OCA repository because we don't want to continue to work on our copy. We send the changes into the OCA repository. So now you will need to go into OCA repository.
But I have to open a PR, or this is already in...
Oh, no, yes. Sorry, I forgot a step.
I mean, what I've done before is to send from the editor, to create the commit, but the commit is still in my branch, in my repository, not yet in the OCA repository.
Yeah.
Because
my mistake.
at the beginning we forked, so what I did is to move everything to my repository to work on there. I'm not working in the OCA repository. So I click here.
Yes.
In open pull request.
So it will take the name you have already put into your commit as the title.
Okay. And I can leave it like this, right? Or
yes.
Okay.
No?
I have to put the branch.
Oh, sorry, we forgot the branch.
And where do you find all the changes you've made and that are waiting for you creating PR?
Here, let's go back at the beginning.
Yeah.
If, for example, we were in the editor before, right? So then I go to check my repositories, And I can see that, for example, if I enter to this one, that it was the one that I was working, now GitHub is showing me this tab that I was not seeing before, how that I have like a contribution pending to make, right? I'm looking at the developer to help me. But yes, now you can see, and as Julie said before, you can check if that contribution is yours, yes. But the good thing is that in the how-to guide, you can see the convention about putting the branch because you did it.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes I forget things.
So the idea...
Don't worry. Peter will come and fix it for you.
Okay. So the thing is that I left...
Yeah, just... Now you have another tab opened.
Here. Ah.
No, not this one. Oh, yes,
This
yes,
one.
yes.
So the idea here is to put the branch, and this one was 17, like this, right? Let me check the how to. Yes, great. And some text.
Read me.
Thank you. And now I can create a pull request.
Yes.
So great. So if you can see here, we are not anymore in my repository. We are in the OCA repository. We can see it also in the URL. You can follow that. So within the OCA organization, we are in the bank statement import repository, and we just create the pool number 724. So this is the pull request that I create into the OCA GitHub in order to change the README. And apparently, Alexei is the maintainer, so the bot is helping me and ask him to review it in order to merge it. And once merged, everyone is going to be able to see the great README that Gonzalo, not me, wrote.
That's good.
So that would be all.
Yes, congratulations.
Yay.
Okay, now it's your turn.
We don't have more documentation than by functionals, by the way.
Yeah.
The microphone maybe for the questions?
If there are any, I don't know.
Can you put...
Is there a way? Okay. Is there a way to see the modules where the description, configuration have been made? Just to see, yes, just like a dashboard where you can see the modules that have a good configuration, that have a good description, and the one which we are supposed to work on it?
Well, no, it's, if I understood your question, you're asking if there's a place where you can find the list of the modules that has a good documentation, like revised and complete, and where you have the others. No, we don't have this kind of tool right now, but yes, it could be great. It was one discussion we had in the other talks, like maybe having a rating of the documentations, but yes, for the moment, we don't have a place where you can find good documentation.
No, what you will be able to see, and maybe we can explain it with another module, manual assigned, no, workflow, no, sorry, is warehouse, this one. When you enter to a module within GitHub or within the shop, the website shop, what you will see for a module is here all the information. And as you can see for this module, you have the description, the context, the usage, more, for example, this one is more complete. This is what we were mentioning before, that you need to put the right names to the files in order to GitHub to compile everything and put all the files together into one screen, as you can see here. This module has all the README folder, and all the files, but you can see everything compiled here. But it's not that we have checked this module has bad documentation and this one has good one in order for you to start working. But if you want to collaborate, most of them now needs help. So
yeah, and like Simone was saying just before, the OCA is complex. There's a lot of repositories, there's a lot of modules, and a lot of branches. So it's a big work to do to identify which modules have a good documentation and which are to work on. So.
Yeah, I have two questions. The first thing is to thank you for all the advances that are making on the functional side. It's very important to make OCA more accessible to more people, so thank you for that. The first question is, the process is a complex process, so if you increase price, you get less quantity. So have you thought about like an intermediate step on having maybe a Google Doc or whatever for people to contribute and to work on the documentation, and then a couple of power users that can do this in order to get it into the README, to reduce the friction and to get a lot of more people to be able to contribute and not to put this on the middle? That's the first question.
Yes.
And the second question is, are we planning to have like some kind of a way to put different weights to the modules? Because I'm sure that we have 5,000 modules, but I'm sure that 80% of the usage is in 100 modules maybe. So if it's difficult to work on documentation, it's more difficult if you're not focused on the ones that provide more value. So that's the two questions.
Well, regarding the first question, as we talked before, for example, for the alternative of the wiki, is not an option that the OCA likes, but maybe, and we haven't thought about that, is to put a place, put a doc, for example, and maybe everyone can put information there, and then some of us that can do it fast. I mean, one, if you know, you can take like 15 minutes to put a PR, but you need to know. So maybe we can do that in the middle, in order to people that do not even have a GitHub account can put information that they already have in their old documentation for their clients. So that would be maybe a good idea to see if that works. And regarding the second one, I'm not aware if the OCA, maybe Virginie, knows something about how the modules are being used right now, or how many people is using the modules.
We are lacking the data. So I am on my way to find how how the modules are used. I sent an email to a lot of PSC to get what OCA modules they are using in their own customers' database, and I'm trying to get the information. It's a manual process right now, but just because we need this data for next other stuff.
Right, but what I'm saying is maybe if you get connected with the API of GitHub, you can get forks and stars, and you can get like a ranking of how many people are using the modules. They are working, they are downloading.
The problem of using this kind of stats is that it's not real. I mean, there's a lot of people that's using the modules, and we don't know they are doing it. We also we have repositories with 20 or 30 modules inside it, with completely different backgrounds and ideas, and so on. For example, financial tools. We can find there from accounting loans, on how to transmit invoices, something really different. And so we cannot check information with this. Also, we cannot check by the pull request done, because there are some modules that are used widely, like job queue. That's a module that is used for a lot of people, but doesn't have so many changes because it has been stable for a long time. So it's not easy to know how many people uses it unless we all do a work and go there and say to the OCA, we are using this module. We know that Odoo knows for a lot of databases because they are farming this information mainly on the enterprise editions because you need to send all this data, but not on the OCA.
Right, but what I'm saying is like you're based on consumption, you're based on forks, not on commits or PRs, but on consumption, on downloads. And I think that a bad prioritization is better than not having a prioritization because otherwise you cannot.
I'm sure you need a prioritization, and it's needed, and it's something that we need to do. But I think it's not correctly done if we do it by the number of PRs or whatever. I would prefer to have a small survey sent to all contributors or main companies and just ask people for their the modules that they are using.
Right, but I think that the problem with that is like you're going to go to the ecosystem that already are close to OCA, but there's a lot of people that are not close to OCA that are using the.
Yes, but we are. I mean, you want to have a choice, become part of the ecosystem, become a member. Right. Yeah. You want to choose. You want to choose. You want to have a voice, right. Become a member.
Right,
it's easy.
About reality.
Yeah, yes, I know, but it's an association. Right. It's an association. It's made by members. So, in my opinion, we need to listen them. We don't need to listen a guy from whatever country that is using one of our modules.
But maybe he's not coming because we are not listening to them. Maybe.
Yes, but we need to. You said we need to make a prioritization. My proposal: listen to members. It's too hard to know who we might listen. We need to listen. It's not so easy. So this gives us at least a less amount of people to listen. We have their mails, we can contact them directly, and so on. So why not?
I think it's not sustainable. We need to have more data, and we need to understand the usage outside of the OCA. It's my opinion.
Yes, but then what we need is more members.
Okay, but this is a little bit off track. No, it's okay. Is there any more questions, comments about this? Sorry.
Yes, I had somewhat related question when you were showing the pull request run through. There were some automatic tests, unit tests.
Yes.
And stuff. Where can I check this out? How you set this up? Is it in the forks themselves, or is it?
It's a technical question. It's like it's set up in GitHub by the OCA, so I don't have any information on that.
The main purpose, I mean, what I know as functional, the main purpose of the test is that you can evaluate which result you want to do it, and that runs for every PR. I believe that all the tests are being run. For README, I don't think any test will fail. We shouldn't. But he will add more information.
I think I can answer you. It's true that probably on a README change, it's not needed to do, but it's recommended. Why? Because sometimes Odoo is making changes and so on. So it's not a bad decision. It takes like 5 minutes. It's nothing that you need to do. It's done automatically. So, in my opinion, it's not a problem. I mean, I understand that maybe.
I want to set it up. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you can ask the developer how to set it up, the test for the modules. But yes. Yeah. I mean, within the OCA, you can add a new module. You can change a behavior, but you can also add test with a PR also. Yeah. Right?
Other questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you. The documentation we used on the website, you can access it with this QR code. So if you want to use it, you have some few seconds to do it. And like we said, we will have a workshop here this afternoon. We will try to work on some modules. So if you want to do your first steps, and if you block somewhere, we will be there to help you. So, and we have a list of modules that we have identified that are really used right now by a lot of people and don't have a correct README, so we want to improve those one first. But if you have your own modules you want to work on, that's okay too.
Exactly.
Thank you. And
Nathan? Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome to this new presentation about the documentation guidelines. This is in the context of all the talks today about documentation in general. Excuse me if I repeat something we have already said, but because it is in this context, maybe they have already mentioned it. And also because there has been people coming in and out, and I don't know who has been before and who hasn't, so maybe I will repeat some. My name is Manuel Córdoba, and I work at Odoo. And I would like to start with explaining why I'm here, what has been my experience with OCA modules and documentation, in order to give some context of why I have decided to join the documentation group this year. So I have been working at Odoo for 12 years, more or less. We have been working since version 6, when it used to be called OpenERP. We are an Argentinian partner, and I have worked since the beginning a lot as a functional consultant and building the product we are implementing in Argentina. So, and in our company we have a policy of trying to not customize much our clients. So the product we have built is mainly about Odoo out of the box, some of our models, and a lot of OCA models. So in this journey I have read and seen a lot of modules, like a lot, in order to choose the ones that really contribute to our product. And I have seen a lot of documentation that has a lot of room to improvement. And I have also written really a lot of documentation for our customers. So I kind of have some experience on, or have experienced a lot the way to write it in order to the customers to understand it. And when I joined the functional group and saw this problem, I said, okay, maybe I can contribute something about based on my experience. So I say all this because maybe this can inspire the other functional people in the community to join this group, maybe for next year or maybe for this afternoon. So as you already, you already know, each OCA module has a documentation which is in a format of a README file. What we are trying to do here is to improve this README file. I mean, there is a lot of technical things behind that being discussed, and we are going to discuss them now. But at the end of the day, everything ends up in a README file, and that's our documentation. And as I said before, there is a lot of documentation which maybe is out of date, and maybe they are updated, but they do have some room for improvements. So that's a little bit of context. That's why we are here talking about this. And also, as maybe you have already listened in other talks, there is a functional contributor group. There is a documentation group that is working specifically in this. What we want to do is to make contribution easier, to have a great documentation in order to have more users and to have a bigger community. So today we are going to be focusing on structure and guidelines. Before we start, all we are going to discuss, as Julie showed and Flor showed before, there is a section in the OCA website that has all this information I'm going to share today already there written. So if you want to explore more, you can go there and look for it. So we are going to be discussing structure, some guidelines. I say some because there is another talk after this one that is going to complete a little bit all the guidelines. And we are going to be seeing some examples all the way. At the end, of course, some questions if you have. So we are going to start with the structure. This is like all the parts of what we think it's a great documentation. We are going to be discussing each of them, but what we aim here is like to have a standard so that all the documentation looks like the same, and we as functional get used to the documentation, and we know that at the beginning we have some description, then we have some use cases, so that way we are going to be more comfortable looking for modules and using them. So the structure goes like, we first have a description section, then we have use cases and context, installation, configuration, usage, known issues and roadmap, author, contributors, and credits. And we are going to discuss them in detail right now. So the first thing is description. This is the one that is already written a lot. Maybe it has some room for improvement, but this is a mandatory section. So if you go into any OCA module right now, you will find it. This is maybe the only one that we can trust that we already have it, but also because it is mandatory. This one is one of the only one that is mandatory, and well, you have no choice. But you can see a lot of them that you only have like one sentence, and it's not enough. So the idea here is to explain what does the module does, what is it for, and to invest some time in reading, write 2 or 3 paragraphs to be really explicit about it. So I'm going to access here just an example. If we have internet. Well, I have another here. So this is one README file. The description is the part that appears at the beginning. It doesn't have a title or anything. It just goes the description. And as we said, we have to explain here what is the model for. Then this is a really important for me section which is not having into account almost at all. I mean, I have researched a lot of modules on purpose looking for an example of this, and I couldn't find almost any. And I think it's one of the most important because it explains why the model was created. We think that there is here 3 points we can talk about in this context and use cases part, which is the business need that has created the need of building this module. And so everything starts with a pain, and here is where we have to explain that pain. I mean, we are not able right now to solve this problem, so that's why we have created this module. And also you can give here some context of in which situation this model is going to be useful. So when you as functional has a similar problem to this, maybe you find yourself identified with this problem, and then you say, okay, let's go on looking at this model. Maybe it will help me in which I think, in which I need. Another important thing you can explain here is the approach you have taken to solve this problem, because always you have a problem, you can write some code to solve this problem, but maybe you can find a solution in different ways. So it's a good moment here to explain, okay, we have decided to go in this way. We think this approach can help. And that's one approach. Maybe there is another model that solves the same problem with a different approach, and that's okay. But it's good to mention this here to make clear which path you have chosen to take. And then you have the possibility, or we suggest here, to also comment a bit of, for example, dependencies on which other modules may work with this module, or some special setups you need to do. For example, this is used in a multi-company environment, or maybe this could help also in multi-website environment. This is a place where you can explain a little bit about this if you need to. So this one is not mandatory. There has been a lot of discussion about if it should or should not be mandatory. So that we don't have any more discussion, we say, okay, this is strongly recommended. We strongly recommend it. It's not mandatory, but please, please, please do it, because you will have a lot.
Just a question: who is deciding what is mandatory and what is not?
Sorry? Who is deciding? We are discussing it, and we are proposing it to be mandatory, and then I think the board is deciding at the end of the day. Huh?
It was
I know, but who take the last decision?
The community.
The community. Okay.
It's mainly, for example, when we were talking before, is sometimes it's like the devs want to go ahead and put the code there in order to use it, and they say no, but I want to use it now. Why are you putting things in the road? And then you get the main discussion. We try to keep things easy.
Yeah. But maybe if you have an opinion, you can contribute there. I don't know if there is an issue. And
I agree with the concept.
yeah, I agree. This one should be mandatory, and maybe that will help. So then there is a section of installation, which is not very common, but because it's only to explain when you have some special instructions on the installation. For example, non-Python dependencies, which is not very common, but if you have to do some explanation about this, you have this section. So this one is used only when needed. It's not mandatory, it's not suggested. If you think you need it, then include it. Then you have the configuration, where this is where you explain how to configure the module. And it's here really important to explain really detail the step-by-step of how you configure it, because otherwise you see the description, you see the guidelines, you think it's going to really help you, but when you start configuring it, you struggle a bit and you don't know, and you end up frustrated, because not because the module doesn't work, but because you still need to configure it some more. Let me show you. I forgot to show you the example.
Did you find one?
Yeah, I found one. I mentioned before that in order to show a good reading example, I looked for everywhere and I couldn't find any example who has all the segment. So this is one of the most complete I found. This is the part of the description we talk about. We don't have any title. You just have the description of the module. You have the use cases context, explaining the three parts. Of course, if you don't have anything to mention about one of those parts, you just don't add it. Then you have the usage, and here is something super related to what we discussed in the last talk, the importance of adding screenshots and good format, because that helps a lot to the functional to understand really how to configure it or how to use the module. Okay, going back to the presentation. Well, the same as the configuration, the usage here is really, really important to be as much detail as you can, including screenshots, including GIFs maybe, and this one is mandatory. The configuration part is only when needed. The usage it's mandatory. If as it is mandatory, maybe you have a module that doesn't really need much explanation about the usage, so maybe you can just write this module does not have any impact in the interface, and that will be okay, but you need to write something because this one is mandatory. Then there is a known issues and roadmap, because sometimes you already have a module working, but you know that there is some issues going on, but you prefer to leave the module as it is instead of not having anything. But you can maybe warn the community, okay, maybe if you are in this context, don't use this because it won't work. Or maybe you have an idea of, okay, for now this is working in this way, but we have all these ideas, so if you can collaborate in adding code in order to solve these problems that aren't already solved, that will be really welcome. Or maybe you just want to explain, we have done this so far, but we have all these ideas, and we are trying to get this into the code. So maybe someone that has also that need will wait for you, or will know that you are working on that. And in the last part of the whole README, you will find the author of the module that comes automatically from the manifest of the module. Then you have contributor, where you can mention technical contributors and functional contributors, naming them and adding the emails, or maybe URL of the company they work. This one is mandatory. And there has been some controversy about this also. I don't want to get into that, but here is the place where you can name all the contributors. And then you have another section, which is the credits. When, for example, when a company has maybe invested on a module that hasn't directly contributed to it, but you want to mention as a way of thanking this company. So there you have this section. So this is the structure, and now we are going to see some guidelines associated with this. So the first things, I think you already know this, but in case you don't, all this is in a README file that you will find in every module, and this README file is written like a script, let's say it that way. I mean, it's not that you read a README file, but you have a lot of files that then the script work it to show in every section after the title what it should. So I want to show this a little bit. We have seen this also in last presentation, but in case you haven't seen it. So for example, in this module I showed you before, this is the module. This are all the folders into the module, and there is a README file. This is the README file we were seeing before, but you have README folder here with all these files. So if you have the description, which is a mandatory file, then it's because there is a description, a file named description, and this script knows that file goes in the first part of the README. So if you have all the sections, then you should have all these files here. If you skip one, then that section is not going to appear in the README. So then use Markdown syntax. We already discussed this in other presentation. The syntax or the format of the files used to be RST, and I think in B17 we've changed that into Markdown because it's a little bit more friendly user, and we are in this path of trying to make things easier. This decision has been made. So in the maintainer tools repository, you have this folder with all the files already created there, where you can see how it's like you in all of those you have an example of all this I'm explaining here. So about Markdown, as I said, since B17 we have there has been this change made, and in this part of the documentation of the OCA, you will have the documentation about how the syntax of Markdown is, in case you don't know it and you you need to write it. You can find there how it works. And then there is this other tip of using headers in order to keep the, especially in usage and configuration where it must be, usually it's quite long, this segment of the documentation. Maybe organizing things with headers will help a lot. And you have to avoid the header 1 because of a technical thing. So if you're using these headers, just skip the header 1 because it won't work. Then there are some other guidelines that we are going to be discussing in the next talk about some tips and tricks. So stay for that one. As a final comment, to encourage you to keep improving documentation and to join the functional team, maybe you can contribute in something else about the documentation. So that's it. I don't hear.
Just to let you know, the next talk will continue this one with, because those were like the structure, the requirements that the OCA modules README needs and has. But in the next, we will talk about tips and tricks and have a discussion. So if you have any questions, keep it for the next talk because we are a little bit late on the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have it in yours? Just take your time.
To be on my hotspot.
What's the name?
This one? we have some small tips and tricks to write good documentation, but we also want your feedback, or how do you write your documentation for your customers, or do you make maybe videos or whatever. Let us know. We have afterwards, we do a small discussion. So we go now to the sheets. So yeah, indeed, the introduction, we have some tips and tricks, and we will do a discussion. Sorry. So you can find the documentation for how to write the README files on the website. It was just published, I think, last week.
Yes.
And you will find in the documentation how to write your documentation, and also a link to the markdown. I think you all saw that also in the previous presentation. Where to find? So yeah, keep it short and simple. So we have some good examples and some bad examples. Be small. Make sure that they don't have to read too much. Go to the sales order and select a quotation. Sales order is very clear for the user where to go and where to find. And if you make it a little bit too broad, then users find it maybe difficult to follow. It's the same as for putting images in your README file. Make sure that you make sure for who it is and where to go. Simple, go to settings, technical, user interface, and you find here in this menu the piece where you want to go, or where you want to go, or where the user needs to go. It's very clear also. There's some outlining in it so that the user can very easily see where they have to go. So if you keep that consistent in all the README files, then it's easy to see for the user, hey, I need to go to that menu, I need to go to this submenu, and easy to follow for them. Also, yeah, this is also a tip. Always make a screenshot of the whole page, of the whole menu, of the whole screen basically, so that the user can see where they are. And that is often, otherwise if you make a little screenshot of it, and they sometimes can find it fully, and then this makes it a lot easier. Even you can make a Jiffy if you want to show the steps in a little sequence of how they should go to the steps.
Use the F12.
Yeah, use the F12 to make a full page and make the screen full page and make screenshot.
This is one of my tips and tricks. I always, when I teach other people how to write good documentation, I always say use the F12 key on your keyboard to resize your screen, because maybe you're working like with a 20-inch, sorry, I'm from Canada, a screen, so a very big screen, and then you want to take a screenshot, and but maybe like the form, you're in the form view, and you have the form in the center, and you have gray spaces each side. So when you take the screenshot of all your entire screen, like all that's written, it's going to be like very, very small, and you have like blank spaces that are not needed in your screenshot. So if you use the F12 on your keyboard, you will be able to resize your page, and then you take the screen without the gray spaces just around, and you can also zoom a little bit so it's easier to see what's on your screenshot.
So we also have still the 5 whys. You also can find them also in the documentation on the website. There's also an H in it, but I just stick to the 5 W's basically, and what is it about, or who's it about, which user is doing this action or has to follow this README to perform the action. What happens? What is the new fixture? What is it doing? When does it take place? When do you need this feature, or when do you need to perform this action how do you say this? Sorry. To perform an action to use the module, basically. Where does it take place? Where is that situation? In which module? In which menu? Where can I find it? And why did it happen? Why do we need this feature? Just the context of the module that is taking place. So this is, if you ask these 5 W's, then you can easily make it for yourself a little bit more easier to write the documentation for your user or for the README files. So we have also as some good examples for you to check out. For example, the first one is a quite extensive a module with a lot of information on it, with good written documentation.
It's opening.
Sorry, this takes a little bit. The internet is not that fast today. Here is it. So as you can see, we have a description, and we have some
description.
Yes, so description of the module, and use cases, the usage. So this should be good enough documentation for everybody to follow this module and install it and know what they have to do when the module is installed. Yeah. So as you can see, also the screenshots are taken of the full page, and also some extra numbers are added so that you easily can follow the steps that are set in the descriptions of the module.
And we had another one here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so here we have also some good instructions. I think we missed maybe some or the screenshots are not loading, I suppose. So that is also why we sometimes need the alt text, what we discussed before in the previous documentation presentation.
Okay, but this one add.
Let's
add some images. Yeah. Okay.
So we have also some examples that need some improvements. We have example this module that doesn't follow really the README file and has some screenshots. We not really exactly know what the context is or what it does. So this needs a little bit of improvement. I suppose we can work on this this afternoon in the workshop.
I have a question. Why this README is not good? Can someone tell me?
They use the header one. No. I think like the text is mixed up with the images. It doesn't have the section, for example.
I will put it like this. Can you see that you have images in the description? And the description should be like a resume of what the module does. And then in the usage, we should have some screenshots, but we don't have. So this one, I was like, oh yeah, there's some screenshots. Oh, but they are not in the right section. So that was a good idea, but it was not put into the right place. So that's why we have the structure, the instructions, and the guidelines to help you know where to put what. So, and then this one needs improvement too. A lot needs improvement. We just wanted to pinpoint some. This one, I think it's yours.
Yes, so indeed we have some uses, but I think the steps could be a little bit clear, although we miss some, maybe some extra information for the...
I know why. Let's ask you. What's the problem here? Yeah. So yes, you have screenshots, but they are not like, we cannot see what's on it. It's really, really small, and sometimes it's a little bit like flu. I don't know how to say it, but it's not clear.
Yeah.
Like the image is not clear, so
Yeah.
you cannot see. So those are like tips and tricks. When you do screenshots, use the F12 to resize it, zoom, take like all the page. That's great, but we need to see what you are trying to show. So.
So you have some also already in version 16 already some markdown files that are used. I think it was earlier said that it was also for Odoo 17 introduced, but it was already, I believe, introduced in Odoo 16, the markdown.
In Odoo 16, it was not mandatory to have markdown files, so most of the README won't have markdown files. They will have like before RST files to work on. So, but we have those 3 modules that are in V16 and has markdown files because we asked someone like the technical one to just do the switch. So if you know a developer, he can do the switch. So he can change the format of the files in already existing branch, but it's easier to do it in V17.
Yeah. So yeah, we want to have some discussion with all of you. I mean, I think all of us has to write documentation for our customers or maybe internally, and we would like also your tips and tricks. Like, do you use something specific? Do you use maybe some screenshot tools or whatever? We all can learn from each other. So I hope that somebody has some interesting tips and tricks to
What about videos? We haven't mentioned that, and I think that really helps to understand because you have put in, you have the possibility to in maybe 5 minutes you explain everything, the usage, the configuration, the why, the how, everything. Is that possible? I mean, you can put a link.
Yes.
Would that be recommended?
I don't know because sometimes some modules are very complex and they prefer to just put a link to a video that explains it. But you know, if you are looking or searching for a module, you won't have the information like written. So when you search, it won't show you the information because it's in the video.
Maybe as a compliment. I mean.
Yeah. Yes. It's always a good idea. That's why we said that you could like use GIFs. GIFs is little videos, but it's images. Yeah, it's shorter. So yes.
I was just thinking of a comment to that. That yes, this is awesome, like having videos, but it can also be like they can become outdated with time, and then you would have to recapture the video, redo the video every time you have some updates. So that might be an issue.
I must say that also screenshots can be outdated. So
yeah,
we
but
also
can
need
be updated much easier.
Yeah, that's much easier to update. But sometimes maybe a little bit of an older video does still have the context of how the module works, and maybe it doesn't, 100% is the same view, but it is still the correct handling that you have to do.
Usage part, maybe not for the description or the context, but for the usage part.
Hi. Just information on the files. When a file is not important, like in installation, and there isn't particular information, is better to don't insert the file, or isn't the file with regular installation? So is a check that I have a look at that and there's no problem? What do you think? What is better to?
When the README file, the RST, the result that we see, is produced from the markdown files, the README file where you put like the context, installation, configure, and everything. If the file is empty or not, if it's not there, it will not be put into the documentation. So like installation, if it's not necessary, you just don't create a file installation, that's it.
So for you, it's better to not put a file installation with the
nothing in it.
That is not,
yeah.
Okay. And just for this, I know that you have to compile all the single files, and then there is the README that is generated. But in the example, you the PR, you set only the single file. Who create the README? Because I know that I can create, I did something, I create with the tools and put the file README in, okay. If I do it with the web interface,
yes.
Who create the README?
In fact, in OCA, nobody creates the README, like the final one. It's created by a script. Yes. In the process of the PR, of the merge of the PR.
Okay.
So
I create in local and then put. And just a question for translation of documentation. There is some talk plan on something, but it's complex. Okay, there is something project on that.
Well, in the idea we had for the CMS and SSG option for the non-technical person to contribute to the READMEs, in this option we could have like documentation like translated in different languages. It depends on the tools we use, but with the tools we have already, it's only in English. So
yes,
yeah.
But, I don't know if inside the folder of the documentation, create some folder with IT or EN or not EN, but other language. So where to put documentation in a specific language as idea.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a good idea. We are working on a lot of things, but yes, translation, it's one of the subjects that comes when we talk about documentation, okay, it would be great to have the documentation in different languages. Because sometimes, like Manuel said just before, he has already written the documentation in Spanish for his customers. And I did the same with my customer in French. And we have those documentations that could be useful to others, but because it's not written in English, we don't push it and we don't use it. So yes, it could be great to have a space where we can put different versions. Yeah.
Because as a group, we did some little modules. We used to have the first in English and then in Italian, but you can have a file with all the language. So
yeah. Thank you. Okay. Any more tips, tricks, thoughts about documentation? Because this is the talk where you can ask and talk, and this is more a discussion than a talk. So,
does anybody have a good tool to recommend for the screenshots? For example, to have the beautiful numbers you showed or everything like this? Because I have some few that I find the right one.
It depends on your
operating system.
Exploitation system?
Operation system.
Operation system.
I'm using Linux.
Linux?
Yeah.
Shutter.
Yeah.
Shutter.
I think.
Yeah, we in the guidelines we talk about one sentence, screenshot GIFs. Yeah, recommended screenshot tools. So we put some here, but you can.
The good thing about Google complements, Google complements is extension. Yeah, is that then it doesn't matter if you are in Windows or in Linux. With the same complement extension, you solve everything. So.
Yes, and you know your tips and tricks. Anything we can gather here today, we will put it into the documentation. So because we started with ours, but maybe you have more, and we can have a better documentation on the website.
Just a comment about what Gonzalo said before. I think it's a great idea to have like maybe the wiki is not like the last place where we will have the documentation, but like a in-between step to avoid this barrier of the technical part. So we can together, like without knowing anything, write all we know in the wiki, and then some technicals can or some functionals that already know the process can convert this into the Markdown files. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, maybe, but if we use the wiki on the repos, it could be like considered like pollution. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe a wiki in another place. Yeah.
Building this this new application, you are going to.
No, but that is different because if maybe you can have a dog, but if at the end you are not going to use the dog, someone has to create the PRs and follow. For example, Enrique already gave me feedback on the PR that I create like an hour ago. So now I have to change it and everything. So who is going to do that? You need people to do it. So having the Google Doc only with the purpose of someone put that within with GitHub, maybe you will have a bottleneck there.
But maybe you will, as you said before, you will notice if there is intention of the community of contributing, because maybe you build like a really nice application, but nobody uses it. So, and you have to invest in building that application. So maybe that will be a good way of finding out if it's worth it.
Yes, I agree. I agree, and I like the idea. I think that would be like a mean and not like the main goal. I mean, it's a good tool to use it in the middle until we came out with a solution for every function. Sure.
Yes.
Just as a curiosity, is somebody maybe using some kind of artificial intelligence for creating documentation, or because it's so time-consuming and so boring that this is something that everybody would like to give a job to the AI. And also in the other way, is there maybe a plan or some kind of idea to use a chatbot that could learn all the modules that exist from the READMEs? So you could chat with the chatbot and say, I need a module that would suit this, and he shows you where to look for it? Is there something, I don't know, maybe in the OCA or in some companies?
That's a topic we didn't discuss a lot right now. We had some discussion about using AI, but you know, you always need some people to review it. But yes, it's, you know, it's the future. So we are not there yet, but those are good ideas too. Yeah.
Just an information, within Odoo we did some tries. We try to use ChatGPT in order to put the URL of the module, for example, and we made some custom, what's the name, custom chats or something like that, if you have the paid account. And the result was good, but it would in terms of maybe the usage of the configuration sections, but the ChatGPT was not good enough to explain the context, the business case, or in which situation you were going to use it. The problem now is that, for example, GitHub has put some like stoppages to avoid ChatGPT to enter and evaluate, so you have to download the code and then upload within ChatGPT in order to use it. I mean, it's a really great tool, but you need to complement that information for sure, and it's not giving you a screenshot, at least the one that we explore. And regarding the bot, maybe that's a great idea, and if at the end we come out with the idea that we were talking in the first meeting about improving the website and everything, I think that creating a bot is really a possibility, and I think it's great.
We have to finish. Yeah, the time is up, but you are welcome in the two workshops this afternoon at 3 here and in the main floor for the tool with Flor and with the writing some modules documentation here with me. So thank you.